Has finished his warm-up tosses, and that means we're just about ready for baseball here at Busch Stadium. The Cardinals and the Cubs. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. Moments ago, our Buster Olney caught up with Cardinal outfielder Jason Hayward.
Jason, you guys lost Adam Wainwright, and the pitching just keeps on going. You lost Matt Holliday. The offense just keep on going. It's your first year with the Cardinals. What distinguishes them in a situation like this?
No, everybody just has that will to win and just want to be ready for their chance to do something and help the team out, and we all lean on each other. That's the goal and that's the mindset.
You're on a roll right now. What's been going on with you?
A lot of good timing, just being a good rhythm at the plate and giving myself a lot of time to get good swings off on pitches and being able to recognize pitches early enough to react.
Jason, thanks. Dan, back to you.
Buster, thank you. The fastest team to 50 wins since the White Sox of '05. The fastest Cardinal team to 50 wins since 1944, with Wainwright out, Adams out, Holliday out, Walden out. Next man up is they lean on each other, as Jason Hayward says.
Dan, they're the best at it in baseball. They don't worry about what's not here. All they can focus on what is here. And when they bring up young players, they have that winning mindset like Jason Hayward talked about. They're just, here's what we want you to do, now go do it. And they go out and perform.
Mike Matheny, his fourth year as the manager of the Cardinals, and here comes Carlos Martinez sprinting to the mound for St. Louis.
Well, this is you're going to see one of the guys who I hesitate to say the name, but Pedro Martinez's name has come up a couple different times, and I think rightfully so from a stuff perspective. He's matured. He's gone from being a pure thrower to more of a pitcher. He still has his moments, and he will. He's young. He's only 23 years old, and that's one of the things that's challenging to remember when you look at him. But this is a top of the rotation swing and miss arm, and a guy who, when you get to October, you want to be able to hand the ball to him in a best of 7.
Taking on a Cubs team that has lost 4 in a row, and in those 4 games, the Cubs have only scored 5 runs. So look at the Cubs starting lineup tonight. Brought to you by Taco Bell. Overall, they are 10th out of 15 teams in the National League in runs per game on the season, right about 4 runs per game. And a lot of it starts with Chris Bryant, although he has been struggling lately. Still a huge power threat, obviously. And their best player this year, Anthony Rizzo. Joe Maddon says if he's not an all-star, it would be a crime. Hard to imagine that he wouldn't be. He's having one of the best seasons of any hitter in baseball. The Cubs are just 1-5 at Busch Stadium this year. They are just 2-6 against the Cardinals, although all of us were surprised to know that historically, and this rivalry goes back over a century, the Cubs lead it by 50, 1191 to 1141. They must have fattened up on the Cardinals way back in the olden days.
Well, that allows them to call it a rivalry, because if you look at the World Series and the wins in the postseason, you can't. But they beat. I still can't believe that number and those numbers, and given these two histories.
Well, those 1902 Cubbies were really talented.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Joe Maddon, Mike Matheny, the two managers, the Cardinals and the home white. It's her first Cubs game as she has come down to St. Louis for a Sunday nighter, hoping for a win. The weather has held off. Hopefully it's not coming back. And we are underway here in St. Louis. Bill Miller, the home plate umpire, calling a strike. Dexter Fowler is the leadoff man for the Cubs, the switch-hitting center fielder. Down to first, backhanded by Xavier Scruggs. One down. Mike Matheny uses a term, brain-dead heaving, talking about a young pitcher every now and again who tries to become a thrower. But it sounds like, Shill, that Martinez can now catch himself when he's in that mode, can take a step back, throttle back a little bit, and get back to pitching instead of throwing.
Well, if he does it, Yadier Molina does. And that's the big thing, is that he's learning. Again, 23 years old. And a lot of times at that age, the answer is harder. And it's not in the end. He's throwing more changeups. He's become more lethal against left-handed hitting. And he's learning how to pitch. And with his stuff, that's just electric.
Could be trouble. A diving catch by Hayward. What a sensational play by one of the best.
Wow.
When you talk about a guy who can change a game, defensively. Jason Hayward, there's never been a knock on his defense and his desire to play hard. Look how far he had to go. Respecting the power of Chris Bryant, a long way to go. He lays out. Tell me Carlos Martinez isn't happy about having that man on right field.
I don't know what the front runner was for Web Gem of the day, but they just got knocked down to number 2. And the tip of the cap from the pitcher.
But you know what? That's a little thing. You saw that shot of Carlos Martinez a year ago. He's jumping up and down. There's 2 outs. He's got to make a pitch. That's the kind of little things that show you he's growing up.
2 outs. Nobody on. Anthony Rizzo, the batter. And a strike with the knees. 1-1. Rizzo in the top 10 of the National League in batting average and home runs, just outside the top 10 in RBIs. Leads the National League with 23 doubles.
And you're going to see right now he's talking about Carlos trying to make the ball go faster instead of making pitches. You see that fall off to the left side a little bit more pronounced. That ball's coming out of his hand free and easy, Crocky. 97.
Full count.
They threw 97 away, 97 in, and then a 94 with the little late sink to it. Rizzo was trying to hit one over the arch.
And just low for ball 4.
I think 90% of the hitters in baseball would have swung at that.
Well, I think
slider to back foot.
I think with 2 outs, nobody on, Yadier Molina and Carlos Martinez set him up for some later at bats. I think if I'm Martinez or Yadier, he can't sit fastball the rest of the night in any count. 3-2 break, great pitch. And you're right. I think everybody but this guy swings at that pitch. But that's if you're going to walk somebody, that's probably the least impactful place to do it, as long as you get this guy.
This guy's Miguel Montero, the cleanup hitter and the catcher for the Cubs, hitting .243 with 9 home runs.
And I would tell you, Craigie, that 3-2 pitch was made with as much with this guy hitting now in mind as it was the guy at the plate.
Colton Wong is deep at second. He's in shallow right. Not really playing him to pull that much. It's not a shift, but because Montero doesn't run well, Wong's
gives him more range.
Gives him more range, more time. Rizzo is a threat. He's got 11 steals on the season, been caught 5 times, barely has a lead at the moment.
There's a lot of Jeff Bagwell there. Rizzo, he can run. He's a smart base runner, and offensively, he's got a tremendous head on his shoulders and how to approach.
There has not been a successful stolen base this year with Carlos Martinez on the mound. All 3 who have tried have been thrown out. Obviously, the guy behind the plate is a big part of that. His numbers not quite as good this year as they have been historically, but he's still one of the best. But Shil Martinez must do a good job holding the running game as well.
Well, as important as the caught stealing is the attempts. You just said it, 3 attempts. I mean, that means somebody's waiting for an extreme opportunity and they haven't happened. It hasn't worked. A guy that pitches like this, you don't give away outs on the bases if you can avoid it. So you know your stolen bases need to be high percentage moves if you do it at all.
And this could be a spot where Rizzo might think about it. 1-2. Probably going to get a breaking ball right here to Montero.
Did not go on the appeal. Confirmed that he did not go. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And you saw Carlos tapping his chest right there. He's telling the umpire, that was me. I shouldn't have done that. Walking off before the call. Again, another sign of maturity.
Missed outside. The count is full. And now Rizzo will get a head start.
Well, that's a 3-2 pitch he wanted to throw to Rizzo. A backdoor slider. He kind of got over in front of it and had it down and into Rizzo.
Well, the problem, Grucky, that fall off to the left you're seeing, it's very hard to stay consistent on the corners of the plate when your front side is leaving your delivery so early.
Scruggs now playing behind the runner. There goes Rizzo, and a swing and a foul up by Montero.
3-2 change. Here's the thing I'm going to watch. See his feet, how they're spread. His weight is also evenly distributed, which to me, as he gets better and quicker to the plate, he'll start to lean back and weight back. But look at the fall off. Energy, a lot of energy going left, and it'll cause you to change up the tail. Pedro had a phenomenal one, and a lot of it was caused by that finish.
And back-to-back walks with 2 out.
I think sometimes as a young pitcher, you undervalue velocity. I mean, this is a guy throwing the ball 97, 98 miles an hour. If you're going to walk 2 guys, it should be to me, it should be on your fastball.
After he had thrown 4 pitches, he had 2 outs. Now he's thrown 13 more, having walked a couple of batters. The batter is Starlin Castro, hitting .264. Strikeouts very high. The walks, though, still too high.
Well, you always try to talk to young pitchers. The on-base percentage of a walk is 1,000. You 3-1 fastball right down the middle to the best hitter in the game, you get him out more than 50% of the time. But you can see again, Dan, that fall off right there, the way he spin at the end of that delivery, he's not giving himself a chance to extend and finish. He's leaving some velocity on the table, but he gives away his command. You watch, he should be finishing right in there, and he's not. He's moving to the right or left if you're looking from behind his back. He doesn't throw anything straight.
No, and that's a difficult part for a hitter, because Starlin Castro, very smart. First pitch, a hanging slider, and he took a good swing at it. But you know, now this is where he can separate himself from other normal pitchers, so to speak, because that's 98 up and in.
Well, this is where if you throw a fastball down and away for a strike.
Wow, it's not where he wanted it, but he gets the call for strike 3. Freezing Castro walks a couple, strikes out the batter to strand him, and we'll go to the bottom of the first. No score in St. Louis. Even began. We now go to the bottom of the first. No score here in St. Louis between the Cubs and the Cardinals. You see Colton Wong, the leadoff man for the Cardinals. Here's their lineup, brought to you by Taco Bell. They are middle of the pack offensively in the National League this year. Jason Hayward is hot, and Jason Hayward has done very well against Jason Hamill. Yadier Molina has hit a couple of home runs recently. His first 2 home runs of the season. He is also swinging the bat better. Keep an eye on the guy in between those two as well. Randall Grichuk has become a very dangerous bat, getting a lot of playing time with Matt Holliday still on the DL. As Wong makes his way to the plate, Show, what can you tell us about Jason Hamill?
Well, I think Jason Hamill speaks to a bigger picture, and that the Cubs are to me getting close. He's good. He's a legitimate guy. October guy. He got swing and miss stuff. Look at the opponent's batting average. That speaks to the stuff. More than a strikeout per inning, and he's their 3. And that to me tells me that they're closer than I think a lot of people think to being a very, very good team and a playoff contender.
They're 39 and 34 right now. They're on a 4-game losing streak, though. The first 2 of this series, the last 2 in their series with the Dodgers. Colton Wong's another hot hitter. He's got 2 hits in each of his last 4 games. And for a variety of reasons, Crocky, they didn't really have him up in the leadoff spot a lot until recently. Some injuries and other things, and now he's up there, and he looks like he might be there to stay.
Well, when you talk to Mike Matheny, you talk about how him and Randall Grichuk, how the ball just explodes off their bat when they make contact. The knock on Colt Wong about leading off was he's aggressive. He doesn't take a lot of pitches, but you know what? If he gets hits a double his first at bat, who cares?
He does have some pop in his bat. He's got 9 home runs on the season.
He does have some big pop, too.
Well, but the thing is, the guy hit behind him takes pitches, so he basically, Matt Carpenter's like a leadoff guy.
To his right, Castro sets, throws, and gets him on a close play.
Well, you see that ball, Colton Wong kind of got jammed inside out of that ball, and it has a lot of spin on it. You saw it bounce back on Starlin Castro. He stayed with it, kind of caught it in the palm, and not a strong throw, but a throw that, like Greg Nettles said, just be patient. I'll get him by a half step. That's what he did.
14 errors on the season for Castro, the most among National League shortstops, but he makes that play. And here's Matt Carpenter, who was leading off earlier in the season. He has cooled off. He had a great April, a decent May, and has not done typical Matt Carpenter things in June. Overall, the numbers are pretty good. Just a weekend series about a month ago, suffering from exhaustion. So he didn't travel, I believe it was to Pittsburgh for a series. And you can see, I mean, what he was doing in April was off the charts. But he has come back down to earth here in June. Strike 3 called. K-Zone thought it was outside. Bill Miller thought it was a strike. Live K-Zone all game. Well, it was brought to you by AutoZone.
As a pitcher, if you can, that ball goes around the plate. The backdoor slider to the left-hander from a right-hander is a fantastic pitch for the most part because it never crosses the plate. If I can throw a strike and get a called strike on a ball that doesn't have to cross the plate, I'll take it every time.
Must be going to rain.
2 down in the inning. Here's Johnny Peralta.
In all honesty, Dan, you talk to hitters and pitchers. That's what hitters hate is the East and West. You can't hit a ball that's too far away from you. Up and down, not so much, but East and West.
Peralta lines it to left, and the catch is made by Chris Coghlan as the Cardinals go in order in the bottom of the first. Chris Coghlan leads off the inning for the Cubs, sends the ball toward left center field. Diving attempt by Jay, but he can't make the catch. Coghlan on his way to second and in there with a leadoff double. Let's go down to Buster.
Yeah, guys, Chris Coghlan before the game was talking to him about the fact that right now he is baseball's Iron Man. He's played 137 games, and believe it or not, that's the longest streak among all active players in Major League Baseball. And he looked at me and said, I'm not worthy. Remember, he's been a part-time player, sometimes a pinch hitter. He wears number 8 because his favorite player growing up was the Iron Man, Cal Ripken. He grew up in Maryland.
Well, he's only 2,495 games away.
Right around the corner.
Of the next century.
Yeah. A leadoff double for Coghlan. Here's Chris Denorfia, who is in the lineup tonight, at least in part, because he is 3 for 3 in his career against Carlos Martinez.
Just to add one point to that Cal Ripken comment, I got to see firsthand in a short window of time how many times he wasn't healthy and he took the field and played and was as good as anybody on the field.
Ground ball left side. Backhanded stop. Peralta in plenty of time to get Denorfia. Runner holds at second. We have a busy week of Major League action for you on ESPN. It begins tomorrow night, Monday Night Baseball, presented by USAA. The Rangers and the Orioles. Tuesday night, a special Tuesday night game. The Cubs and the Mets from Citi Field. Wednesday night, it'll be the Yankees and the Angels. It continues after that with a triple header on Friday on July the 3rd. And of course the Sunday night game 1 week from tonight. Both on Friday and Sunday we will bring you the Giants and the Nationals.
Well, here's one of the issues with the pitcher batting 8. Coghlan, the 6th hitter, leads off with a double. Denorfia can't even think about getting him over because he has a pitcher coming up. He ends up grounding out to shortstop. Coghlan doesn't move. And now it's going to take a 2-out hit by Addison Russell to bring a run in.
But Joe was very clear. You're going to have to deal with those things, and But the fact of the matter is, the pitcher hits 8th in the lineup just once, on most nights.
And the reasoning behind it is if you have a hitter, a position player batting 9th, which they do with Addison Russell, there are more runners on for the likes of Bryant and Rizzo in the 2-3 spots. And also, they feel this helps the development of Russell because he will get better pitches to hit with Fowler hitting behind him than with a pitcher hitting behind him. Now, that means Denorfia or whoever's hitting 7th isn't going to get the same kinds of pitches to hit. But because Russell is so young and they think so highly of him, they want to kind of help his development.
And I can't speak to the hitter part of it, but from a pitcher's perspective, the 8-hitter got as much of my game as anybody just because of who was following it. I thought it was the hardest position to be a good hitter at in the big leagues.
It's the toughest place to hit,
especially young guys
in front of a pitcher. Yeah, and that's what's understood. And here it comes, some weather.
Here it comes.
But no, I understand why Joe Maddon is doing that, hitting a pitcher 8th. It just changes the approach of a hitter when a runner hit, with the 7th hitter after the 6th hitter leads off with a double.
Matt Carpenter, long throw, and the inning is over. Leadoff double is stranded. Jason Hayward is going to lead it off in the bottom of the 2nd for the Cardinals. He's already brought the fans to their feet tonight with a spectacular catch in foul territory in the top of the 1st. He'll bat when we return. field again, and these are awfully tough things to predict, especially in this part of the country. But the word was there was going to be some severe weather for a very brief period of time about an hour ago. That never materialized. The game started 46 minutes late, and now as we go to the bottom of the second, it's a very light rain right now, but somebody who knows must think that, or must have radar, obviously, that shows the bad stuff's still coming. And now the tarp's on the field, and now this is the worst nightmare for the managers because the starting pitchers have warmed up, pitched a little bit, and now who knows what's going to happen.
Well, yeah, this is. You could argue the Cardinals are probably really bothered by that. You don't want to lose a Carlos Martinez start, but they're 50-24. On the other hand, you got the Cubs who are looking for innings from their rotation. I always felt this was the way to tell where you are in your career. If they send you back out, you're an old guy. They're not really worried about you. If you don't even think about it, you're a 23-year-old stud.
What are you doing right now if you're one of the ball players?
You don't want to know.
All right, tell me when we take the headsets off.
I'll tell you.
Well, there's no score here in the bottom of the second. Jason Hayward will lead it off whenever this game resumes, and we honestly don't have any idea to tell you how long this one could last because the first one didn't shape up the way that it was supposed to. So who knows what the situation is here. But the tarp was put on the field as soon as the top of the second ended. The skies are very, very dark overhead right now. But again, it's not raining all that hard. We'll keep you posted. The good news is there's another game going on, so we've got some bonus coverage for you. We will send you back one more time to Camden Yards again and pick up the Indians and the Orioles. The storm is over. After a rain delay of about an hour and 45 minutes, we're getting ready to resume baseball here at Busch Stadium. The bottom of the second, the Cubs and the Cardinals scoreless. This was more than your typical rain delay. A tornado touchdown about 60 miles northwest of St. Louis. And as you can see, this was some serious Midwest summer weather. All the fans in the upper levels of the ballpark were asked to get down and take shelter in the lower levels, but a lot of people, maybe about 25,000, it looks like, have stuck it out through a long, loud, at times a little bit scary rain delay. The field looks reasonably good. They're going to get this game into it.
Unbelievable what this grounds crew did. I mean, everything was underwater there for a while, but when they drop the tarp and they roll the tarp off, watch behind shortstop and third base in that grass. You see how they're taking this tarp off, and look how damp it is right behind the shortstop. You can see Castro, Johnny Peralta going in the hole in the grass and slipping, maybe costing the team a run.
And that's not 2 hours ago. That's like 45 minutes ago. The grounds crew did an unbelievable job.
Now, both pitchers are coming back after an hour and 45 minutes.
And I lost them both. I would not have guessed even both these guys would be sniffing the mound, especially a 23-year-old. Coming to think of it, though, from you hear Mike talk about him and Carlos and his anxiety, his emotions. He may come out under control, reserved, and maybe end up being a good thing for him. I think a lot of that has to do with as much about their bullpens.
Right. Right. Last night, Carlos Villanueva, who's the longman for the Cardinals, went 3 innings in the game, and Travis Wood and Edwin Jackson, who were the 2 longmen for the Cubs, both pitched at least 2 innings. Both teams are off tomorrow, but at least for now, both managers, and I'm sure obviously you've been there 1,000 times, Phil. I mean, the manager looks the pitcher in the eye and says, "What do you think?"
Well, first of all, when you're 23, he doesn't. Okay. The manager never asks you.
Yeah.
But this gets back to something we say all the time. They know their players better than we do. And I promise you, if either one of them thought they were jeopardizing health, this wouldn't be happening. So
let's go down and find out how Buster stayed dry during the storm. Buster?
Well, guys, I stayed on the Cubs side, and boy, they were debating back and forth on what to do with Hamill. He wound up throwing in between. You could hear the glove popping down in the indoor cage, and they decided to go with him. And on the Cardinals side, they had Carlos Martinez play catch about every 15 minutes to make sure that he was staying loose. So both teams tinkering with their starting pitchers during the course of the delay to keep them ready for this.
And we'll wait and see how each of them reacts as they take the field. Jason Hamill leading the Cubs back out onto the field as they try to salvage the final game of this 3-game series. Jason Hayward is going to be the first batter that we see. As an outfielder, Crucky, when you go out there, or a first baseman, you go out or you test it, I mean, what are you worried about defensively when you're out on the field after this much rain?
Well, more so in the outfield because the infield is covered with the tarp.
Yep.
But, and you never see outfielders do this, but will the ball skip on you?
Yep.
Where are some wet spots? And that's the thing you have to figure out. I mean, Chris Coughlin, the left fielder for the Cubs, is going to have to deal with the puddle out in the warning track there in left field. So, that could be an issue. Is the ball going to roll through it? Is it going to stop in it? And that's the things you have to concern yourself with after a long rain delay.
It'll be Hayward, Grichuk, and Molina coming up for the Cardinals here. Jason Hamill, his second set of warm-ups. He got the Cardinals in order in the first inning a couple of hours ago. And look at his season numbers. He's done very well after Cub losses this year as well. 3-0 with a 2.65 ERA in 5 starts after a loss. And the Cubs are coming off not only 1 loss, but 4 in a row. And Hamill having a very nice season for Chicago. And trying to snap that 4-game losing streak. They have fallen 10.5 behind the Cardinals, who have the best record in baseball at 50-24. And Joe Maddon thinks his team is close. He thinks they can play with the Cardinals, but the 2 things he told us about the Cardinals before the game: they pitch great, and the numbers bear that out. And he said they don't make mistakes. They don't beat themselves. I'm not sure you can say that about the Cubs. The Cubs still at times will make mistakes and beat themselves. The Cardinals are a well-oiled machine.
Well, it's a difference between youth and having veterans on your team that have been through this for, pretty much everyone playing for the Cardinals has been through this. The postseason, getting to the National League Championship Series, and these young Cubs players are trying to figure out, 1, how to win in the big leagues, but 2, how to beat the best teams in their division.
So we're ready to go. About an hour and 49 minutes, I think, officially, for the second rain delay. The game was delayed at the beginning of the night as well for 46 minutes. Live K-Zone All Game is brought to you by AutoZone. If you weren't with us at the beginning of the night, Crucky, take us through what has to be one of the best catches an outfielder's made this season.
Just the fact that Chris Bryant has unbelievable power, so you have to play deep, and you're playing more to pull than you do the other way. But Jason Hayward, I mean, you look at his eyes. Never once blinked, never once took his eyes off the ball, but his head never moved. If your head moves on that, there's a chance you can miss it. His head stayed perfectly still, even through the dive.
If he made that catch now with the wet grass, he'd wind up on the seats.
He'd still be going.
Yeah. Slip and slide. 1-2 from Hamill. Ripped down to first, and to a knee goes Rizzo to make the catch.
Well, Jason Hayward has made some adjustments in his swing. You see Hamill right there, just pretty much a fastball right down the middle, and boy, he got through that one quick. But you see how quick he got his foot down. That's something he wasn't able to do his last couple years with the Braves. And you look at his hands, a little more quiet, but getting them higher in a better hitting position. That's why he can turn on those fastballs now.
Here's Randall Grichuk getting a chance to play a lot with Matt Holliday on the DL. With a slight tear in his quad, they're hoping Holliday could be back perhaps within a week. And Grichuk has really made the most of his opportunities, has some solid numbers. In particular, of the 38 hits that he has this year, 22 of them are for extra bases. And I don't think, guys, there's been a time where we've sat at Mike Matheny's office and he hasn't talked about how Grichuk, the ball comes off the bat differently for Grichuk than it does for most hitters. The sound, the velocity.
Sound. And that's not a lot of hitters can do it. The first guy I think I ever heard really was Delman Young when he was a young hitter. I heard the ball him hitting, and I heard it looking away from him, and you thought, wow, that's different. But Mike talks about how strong this kid is.
When Holliday comes back, remember they've got obviously Hayward, they've got John Jay, they've got Peter Borges.
But as we know, that stuff always works itself out.
Got a piece.
And Grichuk can play center field. So if Jay continues to struggle, and they don't see Borges as an everyday player, then you put Grichuk out there, and then you have two guys in Borges and Jay that can be either pinch runners or defensive replacements.
They do have depth. They do figure it out when somebody gets hurt. Foul back.
I gotta tell you, as a pitcher, having done this, the two things that I found after a rain delay, especially a 2-hour rain delay, top end I couldn't get as much, could never throw as hard after a long, lengthy rain delay, and sharpness to the breaking stuff was a challenge.
So basically, what you're saying is they shouldn't have brought you back out.
Well, no, I always argue. Yeah, no, I always thought I was going to be better than whoever you brought in, even when I wasn't.
But do you think it's realistic to expect the pitchers still, if they're going well, to throw 110 pitches tonight?
I don't know what it is. I'm having more trouble from a Cardinals perspective than anything. They're 50-24. Adam Wainwright's done for the year. Maybe comes back and I don't know. But they seem to me to have a lot of leeway to not have to do this.
Swing and a miss, 2 down. If you're looking for Sports Center, it is airing over on ESPN2. We are back at Busch Stadium after the second weather delay of the game. Lasted an hour and 43 minutes after a 46-minute delay at the outset of the game. So we're just in the bottom of the second. Scoreless between the Cubs and the Cardinals. Here's Yadier Molina. Lines the ball into left center. And this one will get to the edge of the track. Hoglund will cut it off, but Molina still into second with a double.
Yadier Molina he's a pretty much a timing hitter, and when he gets that front foot down, I mean, look how easy that swing was. A nice short stride. It lands really soft on his front foot. Look how soft he landed, and then the hands just explode through the zone. Hits that line drive into left center field. And you can tell what kind of field this is drainage-wise. That ball had no skip to it at all.
So a 2-out double for Molina. The batter now is Xavier Scruggs, who last night went 3 for 4 with a couple of RBIs. He was called up from Memphis just over a week ago and has gone 8 for 16 since. Matt Adams out for the year with a tear in his quad, and Mark Reynolds gets a chance to play. And after Reynolds went cool for a while, they bring in Scruggs, and look at these numbers.
6 for 8's good.
And he lines the ball into right center, a base hit, and this will get Molina home. Scruggs continues to deliver, and the Cardinals have the lead.
Well, the easiest way to watch the catcher's glove. Yeah, that's middle, and you almost feel lucky he gave up a single right there, in a sense. That it's hammered. Good piece of hit. 7 for 9 now.
Yeah, I think he's earning some more playing time. It's just amazing. It doesn't matter who they bring up, no matter who goes down with injury. Here, go play.
Matt Adams out for the year. Matt Holliday due back, they hope, within a week. John Jay, the batter. Jay was on the disabled list. He was out with a wrist injury, thumb and wrist injuries, and he has not hit a whole lot since coming back. Under 200 since returning. Kind of seems like every year, not that Jay has to prove himself again, but there's always somebody challenging him for playing time, and he's got to battle for it.
Seems like every team has that guy.
Had wrist surgery in the offseason, and then again wrist and thumb discomfort during the season this year. Last year, he hit .303. In 2012, he hit .305. He's always hit for a pretty good average, .295 lifetime hitter. And he had a ton of hits in the postseason for the Cardinals last year. He went 5 for 11 against the Dodgers in the division series, and he went 9 for 18 against the Giants in the NLCS.
And a lot of those balls were inside out, flip it to left field over the shortstop's head.
Runner goes. Throw down. Safe. They appealed the swing. No swing. So it's ball 2 and a stolen base for Scruggs.
Oh, and he can do that too. Here's the thing. You got the 8th hitter up. You got 2 outs. Really not a big concern with stealing, but he got to just first move by Ham. As soon as that left heel comes off the ground, he just took off, and no chance for Miguel Montero to throw him out.
So another runner in scoring position now. 2 down in the inning. And strike 3 called to end the inning. Scruggs, though, will drive into Molina. 1-0 Cardinals. Chris Bryant will bat second for the Cubs when we come back. 24 have a 1-0 lead on the Cubs here on Sunday Night Baseball, soon to become Monday Morning Baseball. Next man up, as we talked about for the Cardinals, they lose Adam Wainwright, probably for the season. Jaime Garcia comes off the DL, and he's been outstanding in his 7 starts. They lose Jordan Walden, who was their primary 8th-inning setup man. Now Kevin Segras, the lefty, steps into that role, and he's been outstanding. Matt Adams gone for the year with a torn quad. Mark Reynolds shows some power when he doesn't play. Xavier Scruggs steps in. We just saw what he can do. And Matt Holliday's been on the DL for a few weeks with a quad injury, so Randall Grichuk gets a chance to play, and he's come up with some big hits as well. That is the story of the Cardinals. Don't focus on what you don't have. Focus on what you do have. And Mike Matheny talked about it every year, and a lot of teams can say this, but every year it seems they've had to deal with something, with a major loss, a departure, an injury of some sort, multiple injuries. So they're kind of used to this kind of thing.
Well, you know, I know I've used a comparison before, but when you watch good organizations, and for me, watching the Patriots and the way Bill Belichick handles personnel, you don't get wrapped up in one person because you're not going to win or lose something with one guy. Yadier Molina was the most valuable player in the game for the Cardinals. They lost him. They got by. It gets back to what I think Craig and we were talking about before the game, player development. This is an organization that develops baseball players.
There's a drive to deep right field over the head of Hayward, off the base of the wall. Fowler runs well on his way to second and is in there just ahead of the throw.
Heck of a throw, rookie.
Well, Jason Hayward's one of the best right fielders, not the best right fielder in the game, and they're still looking at it. Mike Matheny's looking to see if Dexter Fowler came off the base, but it looked like he was undecided whether he slide head first or feet first, and then he got late going the feet first way. He's lucky he didn't hurt his ankle, but he did stay on the base. That left foot stays on, and yeah, he's lucky he didn't twist an ankle or broken ankle.
Yeah.
But it looked like he was stumped when he wanted to go head first, and then it's like, no, last second go feet first, and that's when you get hurt.
One of the issues for the Cubs in this series has been their inability to come up with a big hit. They are just 2 for 21 in the series with runners in scoring position. 0 for 4 already tonight.
Well, and here's the situation here. Dexter Fowler on second, no outs. You got a power guy up. Yeah, you know, and this is the issue too with hitting a guy like Chris Bryant second in the lineup. Do you want him to give up some power to try to hit the ball the other way to get Fowler to third, or just say swing away?
What do you want with this guy?
Well, I'd like to see him hit a ball in the right center field gap and just exchange places with Dexter Fowler, but you know, you never want to tell a young player, give yourself up to hit the ball the other way if he's not comfortable doing it.
And I think he understands after this at bat, the runner needs to be on third base, worst case, no matter how it ends.
Does it change now with 2 strikes? As Martinez slips a little bit, maybe a little bit muddy out there on the mound in spite of the tarp being on.
Shield, did you notice that the mound was worse after delay like this?
You know what, Buster, honestly, it was one of those things where I always felt like the other guy had to pitch in it too. So it was what it was. And being 6'5", I generally had a stride that got me out of other guys' footholes. But it can get, and the mud gets heavy. That was the bigger issue.
Well, Fowler will get to third. A slider that Martinez bounced to the backstop.
Yeah, I think you're gonna. Yeah, he's gonna have a little chat here. I tried to get him to ease up.
Well, you watch what he did right here. Dexter Fowler, the pitch before, had a nice secondary lead, and he stutter stepped toward third. Now watch Martinez here. He tries to pull the tee out there, and then I don't know if that you're the mechanics guy, but does that make you pull a slider?
Well, he did nothing mechanically right there in the sense that he held on that ball too. I don't know if that's a normal thing for him to do, to keep your eye on the runner.
Well, he didn't do it the first couple pitches to Bryant,
but you mix it up sometime. I don't know. Again, I don't know. That's the bigger issue. It's just the follow through. Still, but you can see why people are so high on him stuff wise.
And he gets him. First out of the inning. 87th strikeout for Bryant this year, and for Carlos Martinez, his second of the night, the 96th strikeout that he has. Now Rizzo.
Here you are in the third inning, and Anthony Rizzo hitting with Dexter Fowler on third base, less than 2 outs, and Mike Matheny's got the infield in.
Did not have it this way with nobody out, but after the first out, now he will bring them in. And Rizzo will deliver. This will get the run home. Richard makes the catch. Tagging and scoring easily is Fowler to tie the game.
Here, I was told this in the minor leagues, that with a runner on third base, you can elevate a ball to left field more than you can. You know, sometimes you try to pull it and you roll over on it and hit a ground ball. You see Rizzo there. He let that ball get deep on him. He still had the leg kick because it was less than 2 strikes, but strong enough to hit that ball the other way to score Dexter Fowler.
Boy, 98 on the edge for a strike.
Yeah, he's clearly feeling fresh.
He's come out of the rain delay pretty well.
Yeah, he has. But I keep saying it. You can see why people are excited about the future here with this kid. Just has to calm himself, because he's got some wipeout stuff.
Is that a 90-mile-an-hour changeup?
I'm pretty sure that that's a split or some variation of the split. That's Clemens-esque right there.
Yeah, I don't think he throws a split.
I don't know.
That's
a circle change
at 90.
Yeah.
Hello.
And there it was again.
Took something off of that one.
Yeah.
A couple of strikeouts in the inning, but the Cubs have tied the game at 1 as we head to the bottom of the third. A lot of people waited out not 1 but 2 rain delays. A 1-1 tie going to the bottom of the third inning. Carlos Martinez will lead it off. He'll be followed by Colton Wong and Matt Carpenter. Jason Hamill on the mound for the Cubs. Both starting pitchers came back after the second delay. Martinez 5 for 27 this year, 185 average.
Dan, I would tell you, when you talk about differences in the league, this is the one thing that separates the National League from everywhere, which is a pitcher leading off an inning. It's like a gimme inning. If the guy can't swing the bat, it's almost an inning where you count as a 0.
He can swing the bat a little bit.
He can.
Yeah.
He's got a good little. But it's like you don't ever have an American League lineup where the leadoff guy is a gimme.
Best hitting pitcher you faced?
Mike Hampton.
Right, a good one. It's a good choice. Yeah, the Cubs have a pretty good one. Travis Wood is a dangerous hitter. Strike 3 called.
Then they do that.
The old equalizer.
Yep.
4th strikeout of the night for Hamill.
I just can never look good striking out. I did it so much, I thought I'd have a good take. I always look like a pitcher.
You're off balance quite a bit too.
Yeah. Even on my takes.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a little lean.
Lots of that.
So here's Wong, who grounded out his first time up. Oop. Just avoided getting hit by that breaking ball.
It almost hit both feet.
You know what? He looks to me, he seems like he's just a high energy kid. Like everything he does at 114%. In a good way. Always as a pitcher, those are the guys you try and take advantage of. Get them to get themselves out early.
How do you do that?
You try and stay on the corners of the strike zone with fastballs because they're hunting a fastball. So you give them one that they can't get the barrel to.
Do you throw more off-speed stuff to
No. You start a young. For me, it was starting a young guy down and away fastball because a lot of them will try and jerk that ball, and that ends up being a rollover. And then when they get better and get older, like Rizzo has done, they take that fastball down and away, and they'll hit a single the other way. A lot of guys don't believe that that's glamorous. Fastball down and away, single the other way. Against good pitchers, you're only going to get 1 or 2 chances at most to do something.
Right in on his hands, and he fouls it off a full count. Both teams have an off day tomorrow. That's the good news after the lengthy delays.
You got an off day tomorrow?
I got an off day tomorrow. You don't. You're working. By the way, Schilling and I had a long talk about whether we should bring you back after the rain. We just worked after an hour and 45 minutes. We were just a little worried about jeopardizing your health. So.
I'm not good when I sit around and do nothing.
No.
Although I'm good at it.
Yeah. Fortunately, you've got a brat coming, so you're going to feel good again in about 10 minutes. So that'll get you back.
That'll bring a nice little smile to my face.
Bacon covered?
What?
Bacon covered?
No, I got to watch my figure.
Yes, he did on the appeal. Back-to-back strikeouts in the inning for Hamill.
Now here's what you're talking about, Kurt. The guy who 3-1 pitch, he fouled the ball almost behind him. And then the big leg kick 3-2, the slider by Hamill.
Yeah.
But there's nothing that says it. There's nothing in the rule book that says this is the definition of a check swing, but looked like it crossed the home plate. Yeah, I mean,
full swing to me.
But they say, did he make an attempt to swing? Well, I attempted to swing at every pitch. Just some were balls I didn't.
Here's Matt Carpenter. Fly ball to left. Coughlin tracking it, and the inning is over. 3 up, 3 down. A couple of strikeouts for Hamill. End of 3. Tied at 1. Actually got a beautiful shot of the moon here as we play on into the 4th inning. The Cubs and Cardinals. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Dan Schulman, John Kruk, Kurt Schilling, Buster Olney, and pleased to be joined now by Cubs manager Joe Maddon. And Joe, I think the first question on all of our minds was, were you concerned about bringing Jason Hammel back after that delay?
Of course I was. We had him throwing down in the tunnel down here. I talked to him. I actually watched him throw. I thought he was real loose and free, and he looked me right in the eyeballs. I've known him for a long time. He told me he was fine, so I thought Then he went down and warmed up, of course, and called down the Boz. He thought everything was close, so we let him go.
Joe, how important was it after the Cardinals scored in the bottom of the 2nd? Dexter Fowler hits a double and Rizzo drives him in. How important was that for you guys?
Yeah, we got to be able to do that kind of stuff. Our situational hitting in general the last, I don't know, maybe a week or 10 days has not been the greatest. We've been unable to drive in runs, run around third less than 2 outs. That's where we got to get better right now. This team here, the Cardinals, are very good at that. They get 2 outs, double or double single. They get that run. As we get better at making that play, advancing the runner, scoring them from third with less than 2 outs, that's what we're going to take off.
Hey, jump ahead, Joe. Pitch count wise, Hammel, normal night for you tonight, or?
I don't think so.
No?
I really don't. I'm watching it closely.
Right.
I wrote the number down. Where's he at right now? It's not awful. It's 43 after 3. You know, you got to consider the time element and how long he sat down, and let's just see how stressful these next couple innings are. But I don't know. Maybe 75 to 80 sounds like a good number tonight.
Joe, thanks very much for joining us.
My
we appreciate
pleasure,
it.
gentlemen. See you guys later.
Take care.
Thanks. All right.
Joe Maddon looking like he's working on a playoff beard already as we visited with him before the game. And we appreciate Joe joining us during live play. Terrific.
How about the lineup card? It looked like a twister mat.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Oh, yeah. My, yeah.
Yeah.
What did he say? What was the word he used?
Esoteric.
Esoteric information. Might be one of 3 managers in the big leagues that could use it. I know Tito couldn't use that.
Coughlin sends one foul on a play down the left field line. 2-2. What do you guys like the most about him as a manager?
Everything. Everything.
You know, he lets you be you. There's here's some rules, but you watch you guys come in at travel day and they have casual clothes, and Chris Coughlin wasn't near ready for that pitch, but luckily it was a ball. But I think there's some things that are kind of, when he makes him dress up, like he had the Rays dress up in the plaid stuff and
onesies.
Yeah, stuff like that.
But you know what? That's who he is. It's not fake. I met him when I was 16 years old. I've known him since I was 16. He's always been the same guy. And Tito said something to me one day, and I think Joe lives by that creed, which is you're fired the day you're hired. They just don't put that on your contract. So if you're going to do it your way. And I think he's always done it his way because it's proven to be successful. Guys love playing for him.
Ball 4 to Coughlin. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by Chevrolet. Find new roads. We are in the top of the 4th inning, a 1-1 tie, each team with a couple of base hits. Jason Hammel trying to work some of the mud out of his cleats. We saw Carlos Martinez dealing with that last half inning. I mean, it rained here. Severe weather, and the fans heading down to the lower levels of the ballpark to take shelter, as they were advised to do, as they were told to do. Here with the ballpark. We know a tornado touched down about 60 miles northwest of here.
And look at the crowd.
That's Cardinals.
It's got to be 25,000 people still here.
More than that, I would think.
45,000, 46,000, I think it holds at the outset of the game. A lot of Cub fans are here. Runner goes. Pitch swung on, hit to right field. Hayward back. Hayward has it. Coughlin backtracks to first.
It's an interesting call right there for the Cubs to put a hit and run on. I'm assuming it was a hit and run. Coughlin looked like he looked back, and you tell yourself as a hitter, just put the ball and play on the ground and hope it finds a hole. But if you make an out, Coughlin's on second base, but there's 2 outs in the pitcher hitting.
Hammel hitting in the 8th spot. Bounces one to short. Peralta to his right. Force at second, and the inning is over. Still tied at 1. All season with MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com At Bat now. Johnny Peralta leads off the bottom of the fourth. Lines the ball to right center field. It's down for a base hit. Sliding stop near the track by Denorfia. Peralta into second base, standing up. He has quietly had a very good year swinging the bat.
Well, he sure has. Is there any, Yadier Molina doubles on the first pitch. Johnny Peralta, they're not waiting around for the Jason Hamels breaking ball to come in there. They're jumping on him early. And Johnny Peralta has been a really, really good hitter his entire career. Just continues here as a St. Louis Cardinal the last couple of years.
And this is, to me, what separates the big leagues from the minor leagues in the sense that they're adjusting. They're attacking that first pitch fastball away and taking what's given them. You got to give them a little different look early on to get them off that approach.
Leadoff man at second, Jason Hayward, the batter. Hayward lined out to first his first time up. He was the first batter after the second rain delay. Smoked the ball down to first. Rizzo made the catch.
Well, this is with what's coming up behind you. This is you got to get him to third. You got to get Peralta to third base right here.
If it's fair, he's done more than that. And it is off the wall on the fly. Peralta will score. Hayward with a double, and the Cardinals have the lead.
About a guy who's hit 2 balls right on the screws, one for an out and this one for a ringing double. Give Jason Hayward credit. He busted it out of the box as soon as that ball was hit. But listen to this sound. That's the sound of a man that's big and strong and has some bat speed. Now, bad turn at first base. He stepped on top of the base, which you're not supposed to do. But let's give him some credit right here. He was trying to get him over. Tried to get a runner over and he got the bonus play. Now he's on second base for Randall Grichuk. See if Grichuk can get him over. Cardinal baseball. Like Hamill tried to get that ball down and away, and that just, he elevated a ball to a guy who has big, powerful, long arms.
It's a 335-foot line drive.
And Grichuk's seen 2 sliders. Hamill will throw that slider a ton, especially to righties.
Well, and you saw the last couple of hitters very aggressive early in the count. You got to give them a little different look, and that's exactly what just happened.
But here's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get him over for Yadier Molina. And a lot of times you think, well, how tough can it be? I hit a ground ball to second base, and you just start swinging.
Yep.
And that's what Grichuk has done the first 2 pitches. Like, there's no rhyme or reason to swing at 2 sliders in the dirt when you're trying to move a guy to second base. I always thought when there's a guy in second, I could hit any pitch to second base. I've grounded out to second base a million times. Throw it away, try to hook it, hit a grounder back to the pitcher. You don't do your job.
Strike 3 called. Fastball over the outside corner. Now Molina.
And we talked about Molina in the second inning jumping on that first pitch, but you look what he does. A little step back and then a slight step forward, but he lands so softly on that front foot. Hands come explode through the zone, but one thing you saw, the head never left the center of his body, so his eyes always stayed still, and that's why he's on a, picking up the pace offensively. That head stays still, you see it longer, and you can do that.
Driven to right and deep. Over the head of Denorfia and off the base of the fence. Hayward in to score. It's the 3rd double of the inning for the Cardinals, and they lead 3-1.
Well, we mentioned the soft feet and the fact that his head doesn't move, and he's just not waiting around. And I love it. Be aggressive early. You see the little toe tap, then the slow stride. Look how softly he lands on that front foot. Look at the head, though. The head stays down on the ball the whole way. Look at the hands in a great hitting position. Lets it get a little deep. And Denorfia, great effort right there to get that ball, but that ball was just another hard hit line drive, and the Cardinals batters this inning.
5 hits on the night for the Cardinals. 4 of them are doubles. They've got a 3-1 lead. Off the glove of Montero to the backstop to third, Molina.
Well, you heard, Joe, we were talking before the game. We talked about yesterday's game being probably one of the worst games they've played in a long time. These are the things you can't do against a Cardinal team. They're going to score, they're going to hit. You can't give them extra bases and extra outs. And as early as they're starting to attack, you just got to be sharp on that first pitch.
Pass ball charge to Montero. Infield in now for the Cubs.
You know, you see the infield in right there, Dan, and you know, you have to understand who's running. Yadier Molina, not a fast runner. You don't have to be up on in the grass almost where the Cubs infielders are playing. You can actually be back another step or so.
Are you making it go through as the base coach here?
Yes.
Third?
With Yadier running.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
As we showed you last time he was up when he drove in a run with a base hit. Scruggs has been on a tear in this series, getting a chance to play at first base, and now Chris Bosio, the pitching coach, on his way to the mound. So out of the rain delay, Hamill came on in the second inning, gave up a run on 2 hits, 3 up, 3 down with a couple of strikeouts in the third. But now he's given up 3 doubles and 2 runs here in the fourth.
And these are those high stress pitches.
High leverage.
Yeah, high leverage. And this is where Joe Madden said 75, 80 pitches. You know, it could drop considerably. You know, that number for Joe Madden, this might be his last inning.
Infield remains in. The count is 2-1 on Scruggs. And Hamill hung a pitch and got a pop-up out of it. Slider up above the belt. Rizzo will make the catch. I mean, sometimes you don't execute the pitch, but you still get the proper result.
But that's what stuff gets you sometimes. He's got good stuff. And so when you have to be prepared for 92, 93, 94, you can get away making mistakes in the strike zone occasionally. This was a pitch he didn't want anywhere near there. But again, when you have to be prepared for 94, that's the thing. He's done that a couple times this inning where he's missed his location. But his stuff is good enough to get away with it, but not repeatedly. And that's why it's, they have the 3 doubles this inning.
And now they're going to walk John Jay to get to Carlos Martinez.
See, it's actually kind of cool if you look at this. They're hitting 9th. Their pitcher's hitting 9th. If it was the other lineup, the pitcher would be up right now. And so, what Joe talked about, the strategy, sometimes you'll pay for it, sometimes it'll work out.
Wouldn't be surprised if Martinez tries to lay down a bunt. He faked the bunt his first at bat.
With 2 outs?
Why not?
Yeah.
Bunt for a hit.
You know who was unbelievable at that? Greg Maddux.
Struck out his first time up.
I mean, Brian thinks so. He's almost in on the grass.
It kind of ruins all your plans right there.
That was, I'm guessing, fastball middle in, and I'm going to turn on it, and it kind of didn't end up there.
Yeah, you realize about halfway there it's not what you were looking for.
That could be the big swing to get Bryant to move back and let me drop one down.
Yeah, another slider, 0-2.
This is when Maddux would do it. 2 strikes.
Well, after those 2 swings, why not? Problem is, if he throws a slider away, he's going to have a tough time bunting that one.
What happened there?
Well, that's the case of trying to make a pitch better than you have to make it. He threw 2 great sliders, and then you put yourself in a position and say, I'm going to throw this one to make this even nastier, when you can't. And you end up overdoing that, spiking that ball.
Runner is going, swing and a miss, and the inning is over. 7 strikeouts for Hamill, but the Cardinals score a couple of runs. Peralta began the inning with a double. Jason Hayward brought him in with a double. Yadier Molina brought him in with a double. 3-1 St. Louis at the end of 4. Baseball on ESPN. The Cardinals leading the Cubs 3-1. Between innings, Buster Olney with St. Louis manager Mike Matheny.
Mike, what's gotten better in Jason Hayward in the last month in your eyes?
I think he just got to a comfortable feel with his stroke, and he made some overhauls over the last year, and definitely over the winter. And I think just getting a feel of his timing, and it always gets better with a little success, and then some confidence comes along. Right now, he's just really letting the bat fly freely, and you see an athleticism.
What was your thought process in bringing back Carlos Martinez after the long delay, and how long can you go with him?
Well, we're going to watch close and see if it looks like he needs some help. We kept him up in here throwing every 15 minutes and feeling loose. Thought process is we need him to pitch, and as long as he feels okay, we're going to continue to watch him. But we'll be in high alert if anything looks off. We're going to have to get him out.
Thanks, Mike.
Both starters coming back after the second delay, an hour and 43 minutes officially. Certainly hasn't lost anything on the stuff since the rain. Now tack on to this about 50 innings in winter ball, which is something the Cardinals are obviously aware of, and they're taking that into account. And Mike Matheny told us before the game, if they get a chance later in the season with him and Michael Wacha, perhaps the 2 young starters that they have in the rotation, if they have an off day, you could see a guy skipped, a guy go in the bullpen for a couple of turns. You can play with things a little bit around the All-Star break. It's another thing, if they still have this big lead that they've got right now, they can really make sure that Wacha and Martinez are as rested as possible into September and October.
Their situation was why I didn't think he'd come back out today. But when I heard him talk about that, another filthy slider. When I heard him talk about that, my first thought was absolutely not to putting him in the bullpen. You want to give him a day off. The thing I always found, if you keep 5 guys on a rotation, you'll have 5 days between starts most of the time. And if you want to skip him, that's fine. But those, not all innings are created equal.
Yep.
He could have some high leverage innings, high leverage games that turn 9 innings into 18 from a volume perspective.
There's Dexter Fowler. He has grounded out and doubled and scored.
And if he's in the bullpen and he'd say, okay, you're going to get an inning, you're going to get the 8th inning, Is he going to use his whole arsenal? Will he lose feel for his off-speed pitches?
I don't know about the feel part, but you don't come out of the pen as a 3 or 4 pitch pitcher.
No.
And I don't know that he has a second gear where, hey, listen, you're going to get an inning of work in today. Well, that doesn't mean anything to him. That's 99 with the 90-mile-an-hour change. Which is good, which is his strength. I would try and push, and I keep saying this, but they know their players better than we do, so he's going to do what he knows to keep him healthy.
It is booted by Scruggs, and Fowler is safe. There'll probably be an error on Scruggs, allowing the runner to reach. Back to Carlos Martinez. I think as a lot of baseball fans are aware, certainly everybody here in St. Louis is aware, his best friend on the club last year was Oscar Taveras, the young outfielder who tragically, along with his girlfriend, was killed in a car crash just about a week after the Cardinals were eliminated from the playoffs last October. You can see his initials, a patch on every Cardinal jersey. And Martinez, who wore number 44 last year, has switched his number this year to that of his friend Oscar Taveras, number 18 this year, and pitched just the way it worked out on the 1-year anniversary of Taveras' major league debut, which was May the 31st. It happened to be Martinez's day to pitch, an extremely emotional day for him. And before every start, Carlos Martinez will put Oscar Taveras' initials in the dirt on the back of the mound. Taveras was just 22 years of age. Martinez just 23, so a guy who, as Mike Matheny told us, going to be emotional, a little jumpy, trying to control his emotions on the mound. Imagine him pitching on the day of the ceremony, honoring his friend who has passed away. And
I think not just baseball player. I think all athletes, you look for something, or you get things to keep you going, to motivate you, to inspire you, to give different meaning to different things. And clearly his friend is someone who's going to, or has, inspired and pushed them.
And by the way, on that day, May the 31st, 7 innings of 1 hit ball with 8 strikeouts in a win against the Dodgers here in St. Louis.
No surprise.
Yeah, the thought, one of the things I think as a Cardinal fan and as a Cardinal coach, you have to look at when you're talking about progression of your pitchers is the Yadier factor, Molina factor. How is he going to make, because he's going to make these guys better. What does that mean for a guy like Carlos Martinez? Because I think the upside is through the roof, but with him back there doing things like that.
Crowd wanted it. Martinez wanted it. Full count.
So when you see a catcher do this, it's one of two things. Hey, you were right. Let's make this pitch. Or hey, I'm calling this. This is one you got, baby. This is one. And it's a confidence thing. And as a pitcher, when the catcher does that, it's almost as convincing to me as if I called the pitch myself.
And a roller to third, to second one, and that's all. They'll force the lead runner, Bryant, aboard on the fielder's choice. This is the pregame ceremony we were talking about on May the 31st against the Dodgers. Members of Oscar Taveras' family here in St. Louis. A very emotional day for Carlos Martinez, who then went out and pitched one of the best games of his career, with his friend on his mind throughout. Two down in the inning, and here's Rizzo, a walk and a sac fly. Activity now in the Cubs bullpen. So is Jason Hamill done for the night. Right-hander Justin Grimm, left-hander James Russell.
It's interesting. You're talking about the bottom of the 5th inning. You have 2 guys warming up.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that, unless he's got 1 or 2 hitters and he's done.
Well, Wong and Carpenter are the first 2. They're both lefties. So maybe Russell for the first 2 or for 4 hitters, because Hayward's the cleanup hitter. So Russell to start, and then Grimm if they need him. It's going to be mix and match the rest of the way. We mentioned the two long men for the Cubs both pitched yesterday. Wood went 2 2/3. Jackson went 2, so Joe Maddon is without his long men tonight. So he might mix and match for 4, maybe 5 innings, depending on if there's a bottom of the 9th.
One of the things, Cookie, had noticed, you watch Rizzo's last 2 at-bats, first pitch he's jumping. He's getting after it on the first pitch. For a guy that's got a 4-something on-base percentage, that's a different approach. And I'm assuming it's because they play each other so much, he makes adjustments to his approach to these guys.
Well, here's the 2-strike approach.
Choke it up.
No stride, just a little foot movement, just a touch, and
Fly ball to left. Grichuk, inning over. A man left on to the bottom of the 5th. Top of the order for the Cardinals, up 3-1. Yeah. What? Esurance MLB All-Star Game Ballot now at MLB.com/vote on your computer, tablet, or smartphone. Vote up to 35 times at MLB.com/vote. Colton Wong leads off the inning for the Cardinals. Takes up and away ball 1. The Cardinals lead the Cubs 3-1. Trying to sweep the series and improve on what is already easily the best record in the majors. After Wong, it'll be Carpenter and Peralta. Jason Hamill, by the way, is back, even though the bullpen was up and is still up. Joe Maddon sends his starter back out there, at least for the moment.
Well, I think that has to do with the number, right? He's at, what, 67 now? Joe said 75-ish.
The Cubs do have 8 relievers on the roster right now. They put Tsuyoshi Wada on the DL. He has a slight shoulder issue, and they brought Neil Ramirez, who was on the DL and on rehab, back to the majors. So they've got 8 relievers, but as mentioned, Wood and Jackson unavailable. The 2 long men unavailable, we assume, after what they did last night. So he's really got 6 relievers at his disposal tonight. They do, though, have an off day tomorrow. Russell and Grimm up now. Pulled fair down the line, and maybe another extra base hit for the Cardinals, and it is another double. This one for Wong.
Well, we talked about the bat speed of Colton Wong and how the ball jumps off of, and how do you generate that power? We'll talk about it after Joe Madden, but look at Colton Wong, how he gets loaded up on that back leg with that really high leg kick. But look how the hands fly back once his front foot starts going forward. That's called walking away from your hands. The foot goes forward, the hands go back, and the timing was perfect. He got the foot down, hits that bullet right by Anthony Rizzo, and another double for the St. Louis Cardinals.
So Hamill out, left-hander James Russell in to face Matt Carpenter. The Cardinals with a 3-1 lead and looking for more. On ESPN, brought to you by Taco Bell. The Cardinals have 6 hits tonight. 5 of them have been doubles, including the one that we just saw from Colton Wong.
And the doubles machine coming up.
Matt Carpenter, he's got 20 of them on the season. He'll face the left-hander James Russell. 28th appearance of the season with the Cubs for Russell, who has stranded all 18 inherited runners this season. Can he do that here? Carpenter 4 for 15 with a home run against Russell. Carpenter a strikeout and a fly ball tonight. Live K-Zone all game is brought to you by AutoZone.
So here's another situational hitting for the St. Louis Cardinals. Carpenter's got to get Wong to third. Or he can drive him in. Why not?
Well, this is why first hitter percentage for relievers is such a big stat. You want to strand runners. You got to get that first out when you come in here, because generally you're not coming in with no outs, but lefty on lefty, it needs to be an out. It needs to be on second.
In for a called strike, says Bill Miller. 1-1. Russell in probably either for one hitter or 3 hitters. Right hand hitting Johnny Peralta's on deck, but then the left hand hitting Hayward. So Joe Madden probably would leave him in for 3 hitters. He's got Justin Grimm, a right hander, up in the pen if and when he needs him. Off the outside corner.
Whether if Carpenter doesn't get Wong over, you got to figure they're going to walk Peralta, pitch to Hayward, try to set up a double play. Even if Wong is on third and Carpenter gets him over, I don't think Johnny Peralta is going to be hit in this inning.
Swing and a miss, 2-2.
Crucky, I'm watching him throw. There are guys who throw 90, hitters swing like it's 98. The ball looks like it comes out of this kid's hand a lot faster than 90, 91.
Yeah, you can see it. I mean, even the pitches Carpenter's taking, usually a guy that's very much on balance. He's off balance against Russell, and that tells you he's not seeing it well.
Now, is that because he's hiding the ball so well, or because the ball's just, or both, coming out of his hand really well?
I think it's both. It doesn't look comfortable up there for Carpenter. Usually hangs in pretty good against lefties. Well, Russell got everything going against him. Hitting almost 400 runs in scoring position and leads the majors and hitting with 2 strikes. Should have tried to get him out before that.
That's what, you don't get these guys out in the strike zone generally with 2 strikes. You got to get him to chase.
And he didn't get him out of the strike zone. Carpenter with a liner to right center for an RBI single, and now he's thinking too, and is in there safely. Yet another double for the Cardinals.
I think this is a guy that just took advantage of a wet outfield. Watch Matt Carpenter right here. He's trying to get Colton Wong over to third. He gets the bonus plan with the base hit. But watch him run it. The ball's in front of him. He doesn't need any coach to help him. But he saw Dexter Fowler have to go to his glove side. Much tougher throw for a right-handed center fielder going to the glove side. And Matt Carpenter just took advantage of it. And once again, another double.
6 of the 7 hits tonight doubles. The Cardinals are also 4 for 8 with runners in scoring position tonight. They were 6 for 15 last night. Compare that to the Cubs, who can't buy a hit right now with a runner in scoring position. There's Johnny Peralta.
I'm surprised they're pitching to Peralta right here. And it might be a pitch around. I'm going to throw balls and hope he swings and gets himself out.
Nope.
A lot of times the righty-lefty matchup isn't neutralized by righty-lefty. It's more a matter of what the guy on the mound has and what to use to the guy at the plate. He may have or feel good about a game plan from the left side against this guy. I just feel like, you know, Jason Hayward's swinging the bat so well. I'm not really sure either arm makes me feel good having him at the plate.
That's why they get paid the big bucks, and that's why they have gray hair.
Or none.
2-1 on Peralta.
You talking about your former skipper in Boston?
Yeah, his went pretty quick. But that was a couple rough years in Philly.
He had a tough day today. They got shut out on both ends of a doubleheader.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was ending well for him either. I think he had a few words.
Yeah. Was it, I think, 8-0 and 4-0?
Yeah.
Or 4-0 and 8-0, I believe. Down to third. Bryant looks the runner back and throws out Peralta. If you're looking for SportsCenter, it's airing over on ESPN2. After a couple of rain delays tonight, we are here in the 5th inning in St. Louis with the Cardinals leading the Cubs 4-1. Jason Hayward advancing toward the plate. He had an RBI double his last time up, and he pulverized the ball.
He's hammered it twice. Crucky, you were talking about his hands, and to me, I guess these numbers manifest. That's what it means. He's staying back. He's hitting lefties well. You can't hit the lefties well, I don't think, if you can't hit the ball in. Lefty on lefty.
Runner goes. Throw down the tag, and he is out at third.
That's interesting thought process right there by Matt Carpenter. I guess he just thought he had a good read on James Russell. That, you know, the problem is you got a left-handed hitter up, nothing impeding the throw of Miguel Montero to third base. It's just a catch and a throw.
Well, and there are little things. It's a heavy field right now. That's and it might sound like a little thing, but your feet are heavier.
Yeah, you saw the slide. Yep. It looked like he's stuck. But I mean, you got a hot hitter up right now. He's scorched 2 balls today, and you're in scoring position already. But let's nitpick. They've only won 50 games.
Well, and then knowing the kind of player he is and the manager, they had something.
And Russell strikes out Hayward to end the inning. The Cardinals tack on a run, though, in spite of the throw out of third, and now lead 4-1. Welcome back to St. Louis. Yadier Molina doing his thing behind the plate, helping young Carlos Martinez get the most out of his immense ability. So far, so good through 5 innings. A 4-1 lead for the Cardinals over the Cubs, out hitting Chicago 7-2. What have you liked from what you've seen tonight from Martinez?
Well, his stuff is just, it's as advertised, and you've seen him kind of grow and develop. And you watch Yadier. I love watching those little games. When you see a catcher point to a pitcher, it's like, hey, this is what we talked about before the game, or hey, this is the pitch you want to throw, or there's communication without verbal things happening. And then at the end of the inning, you see them walking off, and he points at Yadi, and Yadi points back at him, and they kind of knuckle. And that's usually when you do that, it's, hey, we talked about this before the game. We just executed it. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And those are the teaching moments that a really good catcher, a Molina, for me, a Jason Varitek, they emphasize during a game.
I think if you ask an average fan what strikes you the most about Molina defensively, they'll talk about his arm.
Yeah.
Mike Matheny will never talk about his arm. Not because he's personally not doing it, but he talks about the job he does leading the pitchers, helping the pitchers, helping them understand what they need to do.
He talks about the stuff that will never have a statistic. Because Mike Matheny was that guy. That was who he was as a catcher, and he understands. And again, that little finger point right there is, hey, you can make this pitch. And that's what happens. And the only thing that happened right there is he has more confidence. You continue to gain confidence when guys say, hey, this is your call, or your pitch, or hey, what do you want to do? You see him point to their head. You'll see him bounce the glove. It's that unspoken language that gets that.
Swing and a miss. Montero is gone.
So when you talk about, I was talking about his changeup earlier, and Crucky, you saw guys that threw 96, 97. So these are my power fingers, and when those power fingers are on the baseball, whatever my max velocity is, I can get it. As soon as I take this one, I remove this one from the equation, I can do whatever I want and throw as hard as I want. The ball will never be as fast. And what you've got from this kid especially is arm action. And if you had talked to hitters, they don't swing at the ball rotation, they're swinging at the arm. He takes this finger off, and you can put it, I've seen guys put it here, they'll do this. I've seen guys just hold it like that. But you're throwing the ball like this.
Liner to center. Jay is there, 2 down.
And what you do is you can throw. I can throw this ball as hard as I want to throw it, and it's not going to go as fast as my fastball. But the hand action, just like a split, is going to make you swing at my fastball when it's not a fastball.
We've seen his changeup as high as 90 miles an hour tonight, which is still about 7 or 8 miles an hour below his fastball.
Right. Look at, and he's throwing, but it's the arm. How fast his arm is coming through. It's a fastball right up until it isn't. And there's nothing you can do about that because you got to protect the 97.
And that's the thing. It's hard to differentiate when you're a hitter. A guy's throwing that hard, 97, 98, and he throws a 90-mile-an-hour changeup at you.
That's why you do that right there.
But that's why. Yeah. But that's why you continue to swing at it. Is because it comes out of his hand at 90 miles an hour like a regular average major league fastball.
Now, for guys like this, I take it a step further. How good is this kid when he gains command of that 97 fastball? Because I don't think he needs to throw both. I think he's doing himself a disservice throwing 2 and a 4-seamer. Take the 4-seamer and add that to it.
He's got a chance to be special, and he's been awfully good here tonight. 6th strikeout of the night. Between Cub fans and Cardinal fans. Cardinal fans holding the upper hand here this week, and they've won the first 2, and they're leading here tonight, thanks in large part to the right arm of Carlos Martinez. Justin Grimm, the 3rd pitcher of the night for the Cubs.
And a boatload of doubles by the Cardinals.
6 of them. Grimm, 28 strikeouts in just 17 2/3 innings this year. Some time back in April and early May with inflammation in his forearm. Joe Maddon said before the game, he was asked, who's your closer? I mean, are you still rotating guys in and out? And he mentioned Rondon, he mentioned Mott, he talked about Strope's arm, and then he said of Grimm, he said he's got the stuff to do it. He just needs a little, and then he took his hands like he was pouring spices. He goes, he just needs a little seasoning.
He is some kind of fun.
He's a beauty.
So Grimm just needs a little seasoning. But Joe Maddon's a big fan of his arm. Ripped down the left field line, but foul.
I love the fact that every time he talks to you, he's trying to find a way to introduce a word into the conversation that you've never heard.
Does a pretty good job.
He does.
Yeah.
He's always been that way. Yeah. He's a good baseball man. He's a good man. He's just, but he's got that magic. In like for me, like Terry, his players care about his opinion, and that makes him different. Same thing, I think, with Matheny, very much so.
And managing the Cubs from an atmosphere, media, that kind of thing is very different than managing in Tampa Bay.
But that's right up his alley.
But he seems like exactly the same guy.
That's exactly right. Because his style fits anywhere. Because it's who he is.
How long you been doing this?
Long
How
enough.
many times have you talked to a manager?
Many.
When was the last time a manager said, which camera do I look at?
Yeah, so what happens is, so Joe Madden, I think he's the only manager who does a live interview during the game. Most of them we tape during the break. So Joe Madden is where he is right there, leaning on that railing. And in the break before we come back, he goes, where should I look? Which camera is on me?
Right.
While the game's going on.
Yeah.
Well, and I set the bar. I tried to set the bar a little high for him, talking about Socha, dual,
Making a pitching
multitasking.
change. Yeah.
Yeah, Socha made a pitching change during his interview.
Spring training.
Yeah, but still impressive.
Yeah, very impressive.
Like interview, pitching change, interview. Which, Joe will now probably try and do a double switch at some point. Spent a lot of years with the Angels.
And Grichuk strikes out for the third time tonight. Here's Molina. He's had a good night. 2 doubles, a run scored, and an RBI.
Well, both times first pitch by Jason Howell, a fastball up in the strike zone. Yadi gets out and gets it hit in the left field gap, and then a slider away, not down enough, and he hits it just over the head of Chris DeNorfia for another double. 2 pitches, 2 doubles for Yadi. Why waste time? That might have been the best pitch to hit that he took.
Well, that's Montero. Montero doesn't want the other catcher getting 3 hits.
So it's another slider center cut. He's going to not have to worry about it.
Fastball there for a strike, 0-2.
He got an incentive in his contract. He has to have so many pitches thrown to him in a game.
Well, I think
2 down the middle.
A lot of times when good hitters do that, I always think that tells me they're guessing in that count. Not necessarily guess hitters, but they were guessing in that count, because that's a center cut fastball. Not to mention you got a guy who's throwing mid-90s, but he's not really commanding the fact. He's throwing hard, and he's gonna. I think Yadi thinks he's gonna get a fastball to hit if he gets enough pitches.
That's frustrating for a catcher, and you got a guy pounds 2 pitches in a strike zone for strike 2, and now the count's back to even.
This is a max effort guy, though. This is a guy who can go to off the mascot and then paint the black. With a live arm.
Speaking of live arms.
Grounded to third. 2 down. Coming up on Friday, 4th of July weekend. Friday's actually the 3rd of July. We'll start your holiday weekend early with a baseball triple header. The Marlins and the Cubs just after 2 o'clock Eastern on ESPN2. Our gang will be in the nation's capital for the Giants and the Nationals, and then it's the Mets and the Dodgers with Clayton Kershaw on the mound in that game Friday night, 10 o'clock. We were looking for a little theme, something a little Americana, 4th of July weekend. So John Kruk and some of his buddies went into a secretly located studio, we're not allowed to say where, and recorded some baseball themes specific to each matchup. Songs, and we've talked about this before, so I think people know this. This guy can sing.
Yes,
he can write. This guy has immense musical talent, although he won't talk about it. Immense.
And an immense waistline. But
and I heard the song today. You played some of the song for me. off your phone. Congratulations on mastering the technology. We're proud of you. These turned out really well.
I had a lot of help.
Yeah.
Now he's lying though, because that when you wonder what guys and teams do at 2 a.m. on the bus when they're getting into cities, Crucky used to sing from the airport to the hotel.
I had some encouragement, though.
Well, yeah, you had some
what I
liquid
mean.
courage, number one. But number two, then he would make songs up to get on people, which were probably funnier than any, and not repeatable, but, but very, very funny.
Now, we'll hear these songs leading into each game on Friday, right?
I hope.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the goal.
They're really good.
He's got a voice.
The dude can sing.
It was fun. And those, I told you I went to a remote location in West Virginia to write them with them.
A lot of classical music guys.
No, they're
some spoons maybe.
I tell you what, though, they are talented. The Davison brothers.
The Davidson brothers.
Yeah.
Now, you recorded with them. Davison.
Yeah.
You've recorded with them before.
Yes. Yeah. They're fantastic.
You're the lead
great
singer.
young man. Well, me and Donnie Davison switch back and forth.
Well, we're looking forward to this.
I am too.
Friday could be like the start of a whole new thing.
Nah.
A whole new career.
I enjoy this. I love rain delays.
You love being with us.
Time, the Cubs and the Cardinals, and by most measures St. Louis is well ahead of Chicago. World Series championships, finishes ahead of one another, and so on and so on. The Cardinals have dominated the Cubs recently, but as we mentioned, between the first and second rain delay, you'd win a bar bet with this one. The Cubs actually lead the series history 1191 to 1142. They must have loaded up in the early days, because it sure feels like over the last 50, 60 years the Cardinals have held the upper
I think you got to define early days.
The early 20th century.
Pre-1900s.
So let's give the Cubs some credit where credit is due.
Well, it's one of those things here. Cub fans talk about the rivalry, and Cardinal fans are like, wait a minute, we have 11.
11-2.
What's the rivalry?
Yeah. Seth Maness is into the game now to pitch for St. Louis after 6 outstanding innings for Carlos Martinez. Maness, a guy who excels in getting ground balls. Back into the bullpen, Maness, Segrist, and Rosenthal has been outstanding. The Cardinals have the best ERA in baseball. Their starters have the best starters ERA in baseball. Their relievers have the best relievers ERA in baseball.
So they're pretty good.
They're pretty good.
Saying?
With a closer who might be the first guy to throw 200 in the big leagues.
Their team ERA this year is 2.63. Now, granted, it's less than half a season. as this ball is lined into center, a base hit for DeNorfia. But the last time that a team finished a full season with an ERA of 2.63 or better was 1972, when the Orioles and the A's both did it. Now, who knows if they can sustain this pace, but this is pretty special stuff.
Yeah, Jim Palmer was in the mix there somewhere, wasn't
he?
Catfish Hunter, Hall of Famers. Well, I mean, tonight's a great example for me. Carlos Martinez goes 6 innings. I didn't think he was overly sharp by any means, but he gives up, what, 2 hits and a run?
Yep.
And they're up 4-1. I mean, that, when you project young pitchers, you try and say, okay, on this kid's best night, what does he do? He punches out 15 or 16 and no-hit somebody. That's how good his stuff is. His upside is. And you can't help but seeing Carpenter and Wainwright around the ballpark thinking they are still having some influence.
And this is another thing that Mike Matheny talked about today, how many trips he saves him and pitching coach Derek Lilliquist from having to go to the mound. He said he's spot on with everything that he tells the pitchers. And when you can take that equation out of a manager's duties pretty much 90% of the time, like Yadier does, it's invaluable. They talk about, his arm's not as good and his, pass balls or whatever. He'd be the first I'd take as a catcher.
Popped up shallow center. Jay in to make the catch. Baxter retired. Couple of lefties up. You don't see that very often. Randy Choate, Kevin Segrist are both up for the Cardinals.
One of the things I think that's crept into the game in the last 5-10 years has been managers acknowledging that this right there, those bullpens, those guys throwing, those count towards something. So when you look at who's tired, who's not, some guy might have pitched in 3 days, but he might have been up 6 times.
Addison Russell. Maine is a guy who excels in getting ground balls. Most of the time he'll actually come in the middle of an inning when somebody else has allowed a runner to reach. He came on to start the inning and allowed the leadoff base hit, but no reliever in baseball has gotten more ground ball double plays than Seth Maness over the last 2.5 years.
Well, that's why he let up the first single to DeNorfia so he can get another double play.
Like the basketball player who misses a shot just to go get a rebound?
Or third baseman that waits, or first baseman waits for the pitcher to cover when he could take it himself. See, there you go.
They might have done it. 6, 4, and no double play. Kind of a slow developing play, and the throw from Peralta took Wong out of a throwing position. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by Fitbit. Find your fit at Fitbit.com.
I have one of those.
As do I.
Yeah, you wear yours, though.
Well, it doesn't work if you don't wear it. It's like that Atkins diet thing that you've been talking about for a month.
I'm not sure reading the book is going to get it done.
I thought it would keep me from eating while I was reading, but it didn't.
You were actually eating while you read it.
Yeah.
Here's Dexter Fowler. You crack me up, man. Doesn't he crack you up?
Oh,
he's the best.
I got a Fitbit.
Yeah.
But I understand you have to charge it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have electricity where you live?
That's the tipping point?
Well, there's some place I go where we don't.
Well, I get that, but opening the box is usually the first step, right?
No, it's still in the box.
That's
it's
shocker.
good, too.
Bring it to D.C.
My, what?
We'll help you out. We'll set you up.
Will you?
Yeah.
All right.
If people only knew.
No, they have no idea. They have no idea.
There's a lot of clueless going on here in this brain.
Yeah. Well, this booth.
Yeah.
Foul ball.
I'm telling you, my favorite memory of all time, watching this guy 11 a.m. on the couch in the TV room
before a day game,
before a double header.
Yeah.
Eating hot dogs and mayonnaise, cut off shirt, underwear, goes out and gets 5 hits. And it's like, okay, there's just really no rules.
I heard Babe Ruth did it.
Swing and a miss, inning over. 7th inning stretch. Follow your favorite team and players all season long with MLB.com and Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com and Bat now. New pitcher for the Cubs, right-hander Neil Ramirez. Just activated off the DL. Today by the Cubs. Made 5 appearances earlier in the season before he underwent some shoulder discomfort. This is a guy that Joe Maddon thinks can really help him, wants to keep him healthy. He will face John Jay and then a pinch hitter. Greg Garcia is on deck for the Cardinals. And then top of the order, Colton Wong. Garcia had a big moment earlier in this series on Friday night. Show that to you as he comes to the plate. Jay tonight has struck out and been intentionally walked. Fly ball pretty well hit to left field. Coughlin back, tracks it down. Here is Garcia, called up from the minors last week. Came on as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning Friday night with the Cardinals trailing 2-1 and hit one out on Pedro's stroke to straightaway center field. His first major league home run. That's his college teammate Colton Wong. They were teammates at the University of Hawaii. Quite a moment for Garcia.
That's where you want to go to college. No?
Tough travel.
And a strike.
Can you imagine, though, the recruiting trips? Like, don't they have to pay for recruiting trips for the kids to come in? The school pays for that, right?
Yeah. I just remember when the Pirates had a AAA team there.
Oh, me too.
I was just thinking, I'd like to get sent down.
1-15. We went there and played 2 4-game series. We went, every year we went, it was the All-Star breaks. We played 4, 3 days off, 4.
Ooh, wow. Yeah, that didn't work out for you well.
Well, didn't work out too well for my liver either.
Right.
What a place.
Yeah, that wasn't a series you went like 10 for 12.
We were 1-15. I remember they had like Bob Walk, Mike Bilecki, and Alfonso Pulido. Each one of them won at least 18 games. And they all tried to get called up. Bob Walk said no. I want to stay. Why do I want to go to Pittsburgh? I can stay here.
Honolulu, Pittsburgh.
Sprayed foul off.
And I grew up a Pirate fan,
but that was when the Pirates were really bad.
Yeah, that had to be
before Bonds, before Bonilla, before
because they were the team in the 70s
and all those guys. Yeah,
nationally.
This was '84, I think, '85. Now that ballpark, can't wait to get
we'll
there.
Be there in a couple weeks. Yep, July 12th. Garcia gone, 2 down.
How about you?
Time now for our high strength performance, brought to you by Chevy Silverado.
Colton Wong, talk about the power for a leadoff hitter. Look at the high leg kick, but look how he stays on his backside and everything's in balance. Now the front foot comes forward, the hands go back. It's called walking away from your hands, and then the explosion from the hitting position through the hitting zone and through. That's why he has so much power, and that is why he is going to be a great player in this league for a long time.
Crucky, how difficult is that type of mechanism to maintain over the course of a career?
Well, to me, it's no different than you know, taking a short little stride. It's just, you get used to it. You get used to the timing of it. I mean, I did it my whole career. I had a leg kick. That's where you're going to have problems. Sometimes off-speed pitches, but
I think part of that, though, is that there's not a lot of other movement.
No.
And the leg kick is just a timing mechanism, but every hitter, good hitter, has their hands in the same place when that foot gets down.
Yeah, when that foot gets down, the hands have to be ready to go.
That's what I love about the fact that it's exactly like pitching. When that front foot hits, that's the time when it matters the most, where your shoulders are, where your hands are. But everything before that, that's all I watch.
Yep.
I also love the fact that guys like this define strength in baseball for people who don't understand. It's about speed, flexibility, range of motion. He's got a ton of pop. He's not a big guy. He's strong, obviously, physically, but it's bat speed. You generate bat speed by rotational strength and speed.
Strike 3 called to end the inning. 3 up, 3 down go the Cardinals. End of 7. They're still up 4-1.
Swinging a high drive. Left field. Long shot. Get out to take measure. A monster home run, Chris Bryant.
He was the sensation of spring training and came up to the Cubs in mid to late April. He's driven in 43 runs since then. One of the front runners for National League Rookie of the Year, nearing the midway point of the season. He'll be followed by Anthony Rizzo and Miguel Montero in the 8th with the Cubs down 4-1. And a tough customer on the mound. Left-hander Kevin Segras, 3-0 with a 1.67 ERA and 45 strikeouts in 32 1/3 innings. A big part of what statistically, in terms of ERA, has been the best bullpen in baseball this year. Segras last year had a forearm injury-shortened season. He was great in 2013. Struggled with injuries. Actually spent some time in the minors last year. And now he's come back and put together numbers like this year. This ball's hit high and deep to left field. That is a fair ball into the corner, and Bryant is aboard with a leadoff double.
Everyone talks about the power that Chris Bryant possesses, but look at this swing. This is a swing, yes, power. He's going to hit his home runs, but he's also going to hit for a high average. The head stays on the ball. His swing stays through the hitting zone for a long time.
That ball's off the end of the bat.
And once he figures out what's a ball, what's a strike, and how pitchers are working him, he's just going to be unbelievable.
Here's Rizzo.
I look at him, I look at Rizzo, and I look at Trout, and I see young guys that are not just physically gifted, but they're smart.
Yeah.
They're going to get better because they get this whole thing about your job as a hitter, what it is to do.
Right on or near the outside corner. A ball and a strike on Rizzo, who, as a left-handed batter, has great numbers against left-handed pitching. .370 average on the year.
This is a tough matchup.
If he gives him that slider off the plate, it's going to be real tough.
Takes the low fastball high into the air in left center field. Jay coming over to make the catch. One down.
Decided Adrian Beltre right here, huh?
Yeah, fastball down in the zone, and instead of going at it with his bat, he decided to go down there and get it with his legs.
Cubs now 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position tonight, 2 for 23 in the series.
And the thing is, Dan, the outs with runners in scoring position, they've had a couple at bats with runner on second base and no outs and haven't gotten them over, so they're not even productive outs.
Yep.
And I would attribute that as much to the pitching as the hitting, though. This Cardinals pen, the starters, and Molina, game plan wise. But it's a young team. It's a young lineup, and I gotta ask you, Craig, as a left-hand hitter, this is free and easy right here,
yeah.
Seegers, and as opposed to Grimm, who's throwing the ball 95, but his mechanics look 95. These mechanics look 85.
Yeah, this one gets on you. And he has that slider.
Activity in the Cardinal pen just in case he's needed in the 8th inning. Trevor Rosenthal. What a season he's having. He has taken a huge leap forward from last year. Command, efficiency. Live K-Zone is brought to you all game long by AutoZone. 1-2. Ground ball to first. 2 down, the runner to third. Extraordinary moments happen every night in baseball, but on one night they all happen in one place. Don't miss the 86th All-Star Game. Coverage begins Tuesday, July the 14th on Fox. That guy should be there.
200.
He doesn't really throw 200.
It just looks like it.
Here's Starlin Castro for 3. A year from now, is the Cubs shortstop Starlin Castro or Addison Russell?
It's not Castro. Probably Russell, but it's not Castro.
So he's traded somewhere?
Yeah.
By opening day next season?
Yeah.
Or possibly to third base and Bryant plays left.
A lot of things will evolve for this team. Kyle Schwarber at some point, who is going to come up and presumably catch. Jorge Soler is going to come off the DL. Danny's Bias is in the minors, but he's hurt as well. And the good and the bad of Castro.
I think, it's like Carlos Martinez. You forget he's 23. You forget Starlin Castro's only 25 years old.
Yep. What
1 year in Double-A, Derek Jeter made how many errors? 40 or 50 something errors. Well, by that time, Starlin Castro was in the big leagues, trying to figure out how to play.
Ground ball to short. Peralta. Big stretch by Scruggs to end the inning. Cubs can't capitalize again. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN is presented by Taco Bell's Grilled Stuffed Nacho, the first nachos designed not to be shared. Live Mas. And in part by BMW. We only make one thing, the ultimate driving machine. Redbird is fired up, despite the length of the night with the 2 rain delays. to the bottom of the 8th inning with the Cardinals leading 4-1. And a guy they used to call one of their own, Jason Amat, who was a Cardinal for many years. Debuting with St. Louis in 2008, right through last season, now a member of the Cubs, throwing the ball well. He'll come on to face some of his ex-teammates, beginning with Matt Carpenter.
This is one of those good people. As good as they come in the game, Jason Amat. Bounce back tough. I mean, coming back from the surgery, and I'd like to see him ease up and relax from an effort, because he's always had such a good arm. Good guy.
He's one of those, I've got a smile on my face every day I'm at a ballpark kind of guys.
Well, you know what? You always run into somebody that has an issue with somebody. There are guys who I played with or against who I've never heard anyone say a bad word about. He's one of them.
Yeah. Had Tommy John surgery in 2013, missed that entire season. He was the closer for the Cardinals in 2012. He had 42 saves that year. Tied him for the National League lead with Craig Kimbrell.
But he wasn't the closer, remember?
That's right.
Tony would never say that, yes, he's our closer.
Well, that was back. Yeah, that started, I think, in the playoffs in 11. He moved in.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, the Cardinals, who have been.
I mean, he closed out the World Series for him with a fly ball to left field, but it still wasn't the closer.
This guy's the closer.
He is. He's the closer. He's the
200 miles an hour.
He's got that designation. Interesting too that Carlos Martinez takes Oscar Taveras' number 18, and Rosenthal took number 44.
Yeah.
There's got to be some closeness down there.
No, that's
you. But you sat that you've been there. You sat down there with
that's
7
like
other
offensive
guys.
linemen in the NFL.
Yeah, it's like
that's
your own special.
You
little
can't
clique.
get in that group, and you can't get out of that group, and they're very tight knit. And I think a lot of it is because, like linemen, they rely on each other to be successful. If one guy's having a great year and the rest of the pennant, he doesn't get his chances, and they all recognize. Plus, not to mention, losing a game as a reliever might be the worst feeling in the world as a pitcher, which they're not doing very much.
Is he secretly thinking, 3 runs, hope we don't score enough?
Oh, not secretly.
They're a different breed, those guys, closers.
Yeah.
Wow.
Here's Peralta. His second hit of the night, 4 at-bats. Hey, join us next Sunday night, 6:30 Eastern time for the Baseball Tonight Sunday Night Countdown. At 7:30 Eastern, it's the Esurance MLB All-Star Selection Show. We reveal the starting rosters for the American and National Leagues for the All-Star Game. Followed at 8 p.m. Sunday Night Baseball will have the Giants and the Nationals. And then Monday night at 7 Eastern time, it'll be the announcement of the All-Star Reserves. Here's Hayward. Fly ball into shallow left center. 2 down. One unfortunate thing. One guy who will not be a part of the All-Star game and the home run derby, and wouldn't we all have loved to have seen that? Giancarlo Stanton. A couple of swings in a game a couple of days ago. A broken hamate bone. The bone at the base of his left hand. Wasn't hit by a pitch or anything. Just did it on a swing. Aggravated it later in the game. 27 home runs, 67 RBIs. A guy who came back from a serious injuries last year after he was hit in the face by a pitch, and just, unfortunate. Sad to see a guy of talent like that suffer another injury.
Over 2 miles worth of home runs, and nobody else is even. I mean, he's something special.
Well, hopefully he gets back quick.
4 to 6 weeks, I think, is what they're saying. Liner to short. Castro there, and that's the inning. So Mott gives up a base hit and nothing else. That means we are going to the ninth, and that means it is time for Trevor Rosenthal coming in to try to pick up a save.
And it is gone! Deep to left field, he's done it again. Simply unbelievable!
Tomorrow night, Monday Night Baseball presented by USAA. And the Rangers and Orioles games Tuesday, Wednesday, and then the triple header on Friday at the beginning of the holiday weekend. Marlins and Cubs, Giants and Nationals, and then the Mets and the Dodgers. Trevor Rosenthal on to try to lock it up for the Cardinals. 20 consecutive scoreless outings. He has given up two earned runs this year. This season, yes. Right. And he has 22 saves on the year.
Not this week.
2 runs all year.
This season.
Well, it's only end of June.
Right. Oh, wow.
Rally cap may not be enough against a guy like Rosenthal.
So the glasses?
The upside down glasses?
Yeah, they are. They do look upside down.
They are.
They are.
Yeah. And he can't figure out why he's having trouble reading his phone, I think.
One of the big reasons why Rosenthal has been so much better this year, he has done a much better job retiring first batters. That was kind of a problem for him last year. The walks were way up last year. Look at the difference between last season and this season against the first batter. It's a fair ball, diving stop, in and out of the glove of Scruggs, and safe at first is Coughlin with what should be an infield hit.
Well, Rosenthal this year went 100% to the stretch. Remember last year he wind up until someone got on base and thought his command went out of whack when he went from the wind up. So this year it's all stretch and
it's working.
The numbers are working for him.
Now Denorfia sends a fly ball to right field. Hayward back, feeling for the fence, shy of it. He'll make the catch, run down. ninth inning after a couple of rain delays. 46 minutes at the outset, an hour and 43 minutes in the second inning. Severe weather, a tornado touching down to the northwest of St. Louis, but eventually it all blew through. It dried out. They resumed play. Now the Cardinals are 2 outs away from a sweep. This is Matt Caesar pinch hitting in the pitcher spot. SportsCenter following the ball game tonight.
That was a Vern Lundquist save right there.
Wow. This is a kid that went to Villanova, right? Caesar played football and baseball.
'97 right at the top of the zone.
Some things in life just aren't fair.
97 right at the top of the zone.
It's not the 97. It's the finish. The finish, he's just like playing catch, which is why he's gained so much more command of his fastball. See that pitch right there. The 97 is obviously awesome in and of itself, but watch the delivery and watch the finish. This is real, very compact, not a lot of movement. He's just throwing. That you can command the baseball, and I like the fact that he's missing to where he's trying to throw the baseball. His misses have become effective and good. Yadi's saying, yep, Yadi's telling him to stay back, slow down a little bit.
He's got the tongue depressors out now.
You know, that's what makes Yadi so special. But watch, he's just getting out. You don't ever want a guy that throws 98 to try and throw harder. You want him to pitch better. And that's why he's so special, so different.
There has to be a pace of game thing with him going out to talk instead of having a coach come out, right?
Little looper towards right field, drops in a base hit. Coughlin up to second on the single by Caesar, and the tying run is going to come to the plate. Addison Russell. (4-1) the Cardinals lead, but 2 on for the Cubs with 1 out here in the 9th inning. So an infield hit and then a little flare into shallow right have made things a little closer here in the 9th. 97 with some run.
Unintentional run too.
But it ran to a good spot.
Yeah.
Right underneath his hands.
Just watch Yadi's glove where he starts it and where he finishes it. That's soft, just soft hands. Gives the ump a good look without showing him up. Looks at the hitter's feet.
One and 2.
And he gives you a late setup too. You notice that he tries to set up late Crocky just so that the runner at second can't anticipate.
Can't give you location to the hitter.
So they're going second sign. Second sign or sign after 2, which is generally what a lot of guys do.
With a runner at second.
Yeah. So this should be a fastball away.
Swing and a miss, 2 down.
Or 98.
It was supposed to be away.
Yeah,
You saw Yadi shift to the outside corner, and it just ran up and in on Addison Russell.
Now watch. This is what stuff does for you. Look at the velocities. But the big thing for me is look at where all those numbers are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now one of those is in the center of the plate.
Up to Dexter Fowler.
That's a changeup.
Dexter Fowler's looking first pitch fastball, trying to tie this thing up, but
Got outsmarted by Yadier Molina and Trevor Rosenthal right there.
So we've seen two different Cardinal pitchers throw a 90-mile-an-hour changeup in tonight's game. Carlos Martinez and Trevor Rosenthal.
Well, I think the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years they've understood. I think as a lot of teams have. In October, you have to have a staff that can make people swing and miss. Great adjustment right there. Went fastball, tried to go fastball, and before that, overthrew the ball from away. Yadi, knowing he doesn't have to be fine or perfect, come back in there with that pitch. He made it. That was a filthy fastball.
This could be change up to.
Yeah, I think he's going down with a change up.
Got him, and it was. Rosenthal, his 23rd save, and the St. Louis Cardinals have swept the Chicago Cubs. They go to 51-24 on the season. The Cubs have now lost 5 in a row and are 11.5 back of the Cardinals in the National League Central. Carlos Martinez the win, Trevor Rosenthal the save. 6 doubles on the night for the Cardinals. Everybody got in on the action. And a good weekend for the hometown team here as they sweep their rivals, the Cubs. The next baseball tonight is tomorrow night, 5:30 Eastern time on ESPN2. The next MLB telecast tomorrow on ESPN 7 Eastern. The Rangers and the Orioles. Fred Bird and the gang, they're happy. They waited out 2 rain delays, totaling about 2.5 hours here tonight because the Cardinals made it worthwhile. Carlos Martinez picking up his 9th win. Got some help from the offense, got some help from the defense, got some help from his catcher. Team effort for the Cardinals tonight as they beat the Cubs 4-1. For John Kruk, Kurt Schilling, and Buster Olney, I'm Dan Schulman saying so long from St. Louis. Sports Center's coming your way in 15 seconds.